Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning everyone. Welcome to University Polytechnic Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, the home of passionate change maker. Today you are all here for one exciting event, the National SDG Challenge 2025, where the best young minds from all over Malaysia come together to share their brilliant ideas for a better world. So how's everyone feeling this morning? Good? Or is anyone feel nervous? Okay, don't worry, that's totally normal. The energy in this hall is already amazing. Let's warm things up a bit, shall we? If you are from Kuala Lumpur, make some noise. Now, who come from the outside Kuala Lumpur? Woo! Wow, I see many hands. Where are you from? Alostar. Yeah, Alostar from... Wah, jauh datang. Okay. Thank you so much for being here today. Okay. Now, let's test your team spirit. When I count to 3, I want every team to shout your name, your team name as loud as you can. Okay? Ready? Yes. 1, 2, 3. Wow. That's what I'm talking about. You all sound ready for the finals already. Quick check. Siapa yang belum breakfast lagi pagi ni? Anyone? Semua dah breakfast ke? Okay. For anyone yang haven't breakfast yet, make sure you grab something light after this, okay? Because you will need your energy for those 10 minutes of intense presentation later. Alright everyone, make sure your team has registered And please be seated comfortably by 8:57 a.m. because our official ceremony will begin very soon with the arrival of our VIPs. Once again, welcome to UPTM and thank you for being part of UNSC 2025. Let's make today not just a competition, but also a celebration of ideas, teamwork, and innovation. Stay tuned, we will begin shortly. To all Sekolah Menengah Teknik Kuala Lumpur and everyone, I would like to request from you guys to fill this form, the orange form this morning. Okay? And later, before we end our break on the afternoon, I would like to request you guys to fill this yellow form. Okay? Thank you.
Kan kita nak share link tadi. Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. We will begin shortly, inshallah. I believe everyone is excited. Just a simple announcement. Our event today will be live on YouTube, right? So we'll be sharing the link to especially the participants. If you want to get some online supporters from your schools, we will share the link. I'm going to share that with your guru pengiring so they can share them with the school so that they can watch you presenting and performing online. Okay? We'll begin shortly, inshallah. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone. Alhamdulillah, with the grace and blessing of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, we are gathered here this beautiful morning at University Polytechnic Malaysia for the National SDG Challenge 2025, the final round of this nationwide challenge. Before we begin, allow me to respectfully acknowledge and extend our warmest welcome to the distinguished guests joining us this morning. Yang berusaha, Associate Professor Dr. Nurisha binti Muhammad, Dean of Institute of Professional Studies. Yang dihormati, Dr. Azwanis binti Azmi, Deputy Dean of Institute of Professional Studies. Yang dihormati, all lecturers of the Institute of Professional Studies, honored students from the professional program, and all beloved guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome and thank you for being with us today. Today marks a special occasion where young minds from across Malaysia unite to present creative and impactful ideas aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs. These are the future leaders and innovators of our nation, and we are truly proud to host you all here at UPTM. To begin our ceremony with blessing, let us invite Yang Berusaha Encik Muhammad Amirul Ashraf bin Muhammad Hanafi, lecturer from the Institute of Professional Studies, UPTM, to lead us in a short doa recitation. With all due respect, we welcome Encik Amirul Ashraf to lead the doa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Al-Fatihah. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa alihi wa sahbihi wa man walah. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammadin lisanuhul fasihah wa riquhus shifa wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma aftah alaina futuhal arifin warzuqna fahman nabiyyin wa hifdzal mursalin wa ilhamal malaikatil muqarrabin bi rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Rabbi yassir wa la tu'assir. Ya Karim wa tamim bil khair. Ya Allah, allow us to perform the best that we could today as your servants, Ya Allah, in fulfilling our responsibilities. Ya Allah, make our event today a success, insyaAllah, for the benefit of us in this world and in the next world. Make us someone who Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam would be proud of, our parents, our teachers, and the whole Muslimin. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you, Encik Amirul Ashraf, for the beautiful doa recitation. May this morning program be filled with barakah, inspiration, and meaningful knowledge for all of us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin the most awaited part of today's event, the final round of UNSC 2025. Let's get our spirit up and give a round of applause to all our finalists from schools across Malaysia. Alright everyone, it's time for the highlight of the day, the final round of UPTM National SDG Challenge 2025. This is where our top 10 finalist teams from schools all across Malaysia will showcase their creative, innovative, and sustainable ideas to address real-world issues based on the Sustainable Development Goals. Before we begin, allow me to quickly explain today's presentation format. Each team will be given 10 minutes only to present their SDG case study. After that, the judges will ask at least 2 questions and the team will have 5 minutes to answer. We also have our timekeeper on duty today to help contestants manage their time. When we reach 9 minutes, you will hear the bell ring once. When we reach 10 minutes, the bell will ring twice. And anything presented after that will not be evaluated. Likewise, during the Q&A session, 1 ring after 4 minutes, and 2 rings after 5 minutes to mark the end of the session. Of course, our team will be evaluated by a panel of distinguished judges today. Let's give a big round of applause to our panel of experts. Dr. Muhammad Romzi Ibrahim, Assistant Dean from University Putra Malaysia, Mrs. Suzana Cik Saruji, partner from SA Accountants, Mrs. Azita Aida Muhammad, manager from Indah Water Consortium Sendirian Berhad. Thank you, judges, for being with us and for continuous support in nurturing Malaysia's young talent. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin with session 1, featuring our first finalist teams. Please give your full attention, cheer them on respectfully, and let's celebrate their hard work and brilliant ideas. First up, let's welcome our Team 1, Cybercore. Let's give them a big round of applause as they take the stage.
You know, food security is more than just having enough to eat. In Malaysia, it's threatened by hidden hunger, plastic pollution, and unsustainable farming. It makes our food system increasingly fragile. So, how can we tackle this problem in a sustainable way? The solution is quite closer than we think, found right within our seas. But before that, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We are Cybercore from Academy Science Fundang. Our team consists of me, Nur Ali Aisha, as the team leader, Aris Batisha as our design developer, and Zaina Safia as our researcher. And this is our team, guided by our mentor and teachers, Dr. Mira, Shekufara, and Madam Aisato. So now we pro- so now we proudly present to you our project Plantequa, a seaweed-based innovation for food security and sustainability.
So our project highlights seaweed as a powerful yet underused resource, one that fight nutrient deficiency, reduce pollution, and support sustainable food system for the future. And for our main objective, there There are four objectives from us. So the first one is to promote seaweed as a sustainable solution. And the second one, to improve food security through nutrient-rich seaweed. And third, to encourage eco-friendly innovation. And the last one, to support Malaysia's sustainable development goals SDG.
In Malaysia alone, we generate about 530,000 tons of household plastic packaging waste. That's around 16.78 kilograms per person every single year. Just imagine each of us contributing into this growing mountain waste which has placed Malaysia as the top waste producer among the world. So through Pentequa, we aim to change this issue into a sustainable solution. Seaweed provides more than just food. It can be made into bioplastic that are biodegradable, renewable, for and safe for environment. Right? But however, like any new technologies, seaweed bioplastic face challenges. The production is still small and costly. Also, the public awareness is low. Then we can solve the problem by by we need a larger production, more R&D, and stronger support policies. With this effort, Pensequa believes seaweed bioplastic can become affordable and mainstream. Next, seaweed does not just replace plastic; it improves our soil health. Farmers usually prefer chemical fertilizers because they are cheaper and familiar, while seaweed-based fertilizers is still less known and sometimes cost more. To solve this, government can provide subsidies and pilot projects to prove their benefits. Through Pentequa, we aim to promote seaweed as a natural solution that strengthens soil health and food security. Beyond land, seaweed also protect our oceans, but seaweed farming is affected by diseases, climate change, and small global market. We can overcome this by improving our aquaculture techniques, supporting local entrepreneurs, and expanding export opportunities. Through Pantequa, we envision a future where seaweed empowers communities, protects nature, and builds a sustainable food system for generations to come.
Now, moving on to the second issue, nutrient deficiency, where has become an overlooked health challenge in Malaysia. So basically, in Malaysia, everyone eat enough food, but not truly enough to basically nourish nutrients in their body. So this is called as hidden hunger, where everyone basically consume food daily but still lack of nutrients. So because of that, we suggest seaweed as the solution for this issue. So first one, seaweed is seaweed is rich in minerals such as iron, calcium, iron, potassium, and magnesium, which can strengthen our bone and blood health. Second, it is high in vitamins A, C, K, and B complex, which support energy and growth. And the next one, seaweed is natural source of dietary fiber, which can improve digestion and gut health. It is also it is also contains of 20 to 25% plant-based protein, which can which which basically can is a good sustainable alternative to meat. And the most important is it provides natural iodine, which can help prevent uh, which can support thyroid function as long as it is consumed moderately. However, there's a major challenge that comes with this, which is excess iodine consumption. So naturally, seaweed has a very high levels of iodine. So when it is eaten too often or consumed without any proper control, it will it will it will lead to thyroid problems such as hyperthyroidism. And the last one, it can risk the it, the risk is especially high among those people that has already um, face these thyroid problems and those who consume seaweed without any awareness. So to solve this, we propose three solutions. So the first one is diversified consumption, which is to promote seaweed as a part of diet and not a staple food, and to balance it with other local food. And the next one, education and awareness. To bring this alive, we think that we should have a campaign, something like that, to basically teach people how seaweed can be healthy and how can it becomes too much. And the last one is clear labeling. So basically, seaweed products need to display their iodine level so that the consumer can monitor their intake more properly. So in order for in order for us to make this succeed, we need I believe that we can ensure seaweed as a safe, sustainable, and nutrient rich to solve this problem.
Continuing from that, another key issue in Malaysia food security is urbanization and loss of agricultural land. The world population has surpassed 8 billion, and by the year 2050 it could reach 10 billion. As more land used for housing and industry, farmland keeps shrinking, besides reducing food production. Only 29% of Earth is land, while another 17% is ocean, showing that we cannot really rely solely on land. The Ministry of Agriculture Strategic Plan 2025-2030 also highlight population growth and competition for land use as key challenge. To overcome this, we propose two key solutions: urban integration and utilize coastal and marine areas. However, this solution comes with challenges. For coastal farming, conflicts with fisheries and tourism may occur, but it can be managed through community cooperative, and seaweed farming itself can even become a tourism attraction. For urban integration, the first challenge is market acceptance. Seaweed is not yet common in Malaysia, so we can raise awareness and create innovative products to attract consumers. Next, competition with urban industry, which can be overcome by positioning seaweed as a high-value green sector. And the last one is skill and knowledge gap, which can be solved through training and research programs. By combining the strength of land and sea, Malaysia can build a sustainable and resilient food system for the future. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Selamat pagi. Okay, congratulations. Okay, uh, you have been focused on the seaweed. So, what inspired Perantekwa to focus on the seaweed for this presentation?
So, what inspires us to choose seaweed is because it benefits the environment, economy, and society. It helps reduce pollution. It creates income for coastal communities and provide nutrients that support better health.
Next question. You ready? Very interesting topic, seaweed. Um, I would like to know how will your project attract youth participation?
Okay, so basically, we think that if we see current situation, basically seaweed is quite famous amongst youth, especially in snacks like sushi and something related to it too. But I think like rather than we just focusing on to make it as a snack, we want to provide um, we want to provide more benefits, which is they can have their snack, delicious snack, and at the same time can provide nutrients for them. So I think that beside that they attract to eat the snacks, they also can get benefits from the seaweed.
Can I add on? What about the scalability of the project in terms of going or involved into this aqua, projects? And then how do you plan, or what do you plan to get them involved? The youth, yeah. I'm referring to the youth, yeah.
Okay, so basically, how we want the youth to involve in this project is, as I have presented just now, which is to basically through education. So when we already teach them since young, so they will basically attracted to this and can find some benefits from it rather than just knowing it as a seaweed itself.
Okay.
Boleh. Oh, dua je. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, boleh. Right, last. Okay. Alright. How you plan to ensure the use of seaweed as a bioplastic or organic fertilizer being practical and accepted in Malaysia? As you know, the awareness still low and the cost is quite higher.
So as we know, seaweed only at Sabah, right? So we think that we can plant or we can plant seaweed at Semenanjung too. We chose Pulau Pangkor. This only roughly we choose Pulau Pangkor as our place to plant it, and for the farmer to use, we actually want actually seaweed is as a organic fertilizers, which is improve our health and also safe for environment. So we think that we can open this seaweed farming uh, to give opportunity to other farmers, and they can slowly because seaweed doesn't need land, only sea, right? So uh, can I speak in Malay because okay okay sorry, okay, so kita orang pilih Pulau Pangkor as kita orang punya tempat, and seaweed and and kami seaweed rumpai laut juga, dia boleh absorb apa heavy metal. So benda ni dia akan boleh buka peluang pekerjaan pada farmers. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, seaweed ni dia akan ambil masa untuk kita tanam dulu, and dia punya orang tak tahu sangat pasal seaweed ni. So kita orang buat pendekatan untuk mulakan dengan kecil-kecil. Maksudnya kita ambil daripada seaweed daripada Sabah untuk jadikan snacks ataupun topping dalam kita makan, contohnya ramen. So kita makan, so kita kita gerakkan pelan-pelan dan kita buka dekat Semenanjung, and kita tarik farmers, kita improvisekan dia punya seaweed farming itu.
Thank you, Team Cybercore, for that insightful and inspiring presentation. Next, let's continue the momentum with our Team 2, Trinklets. The floor is yours, Team Trinklets.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning maybe to fellow judges, audience member, mentors, teachers, and all in this hall. We are one of the representative teams from Sekolah Sri Putri, and we go by the name Trinklets, which means little thinkers. Before we explain further about today's topic, allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Kemilia Khadiza and I am the team's leader.
Hi, my name is Nuridina Alia,
Hello, I am Nur Amani.
To start off, we would like to ask the audience, do you know what food security is? Well, let me enlighten you about the simple definition of food security. Food security is having reliable, physical, and economic access to enough safe, nutritious, affordable, appropriate, and sustainable food for an active and healthy lifestyle, ensuring everyone's basic needs are met and they can live free from hunger and fear of starvation.
We all are aware of the current food situation across the globe, such as starvation, lack of affordable food, and health qualities of food produced. However, today we would like to focus mainly on Malaysia's food security. Malaysia's food security is at risk because we depend on imports. Malaysia's import around 60% of its food to meet local demands and has a food bill that continues to increase year over year. Our country imports significant amount of rice, onions, dairy products, wheat flour, and various meats such as beef and muttons.
Next, climate change. Extreme temperatures will disrupt plants' growth, which then produce low quality food. Heavy rainfall will lead to floods and droughts. This will reduce soil fertility, which affects the production of yields of staple crops like rice. This impacts the country because we depends on self-sufficiency rice as it is our daily food.
Moving on to rising food prices. Since Malaysia depends heavily on imports to meet local demand, especially for essential food items, any increase in global prices means higher costs in our country. This situation is worse when global outbreaks happen, such as supply chain disruption or extreme weather affecting food supply makes price increase further.
The fourth factor is low local production. There is not enough land for crops because most of the land is being used for buildings and factories instead of farm. Other than that, farmers are also getting older, while young people are not interested in farming, so fewer people are left to grow foods. These factors contribute to the ongoing food security dilemma, can lead to higher food prices, and potentially impact consumers' access to nutritious food.
So, why should we care? Well, our country's food security demands urgent attention. In the long term, it would destroy the future. So the first one, the price of groceries would skyrocket. It creates extra financial problems, especially for students. It would trigger their tuition fees and maybe hostel fees too, resulting in many of them taking on part-time jobs which will lead to affect their studies. Low quality food will also be produced. Despite individuals, food security also increases the number of people facing hunger in this society. This goes against the SDG 2, which aims for zero hunger. If the issue is not solved, we risk having an entire generation struggling with both education and livelihood.
To continue, I would like to explain the relation of food security to youth and education. If we continue to ignore this issue, it will lead to lack of proper meals causes tiredness and lower focus in class. Other than that, teens would feel embarrassed if they can't afford the same food as others, which can affect to anxiety. Teens with lower income families have to sacrifice their time to cover household bills by getting part-time jobs. This will lead to less nutritious meals to save money and leading low class energy and time for studying.
Moving on to the application of SDGs on food security. So, as you all can see here, food security doesn't only affect one or two SDGs. From our research, we can conclude that it gives it an impact to all of these 5 SDGs. So, the first one is no poverty. Food security is closely linked to poverty. Families struggling with income often cannot afford nutritious meals, leading to a cycle of poor health and limited survival options. By reducing poverty, we give people better access to food, and by ensuring food security, we reduce financial pressure on suffering households.
Next, SDG 2, Zero Hunger. As we mentioned earlier, SDG 2 aims to end hunger and ensure access to safe, nutritious, and sufficient food for all. If food insecurity continues, this goal cannot be achieved. Strengthening agriculture, food distribution, and affordability is key to fulfilling this target. For SDG 3, good health and well-being. Without proper food, health is the first to suffer. Malnutrition weakens the immune system, reduces productivity, and increases the risk of chronic diseases. Ensuring food security means better overall health, especially for youth, and reduces the burden on healthcare systems.
Moving on to SDG 4 quality education. In the previous slide, I mentioned that the issue in education and food security are deeply connected. Students who go to school hungry have trouble concentrating and studying. Providing consistent access to food allows students to stay focused, motivated, and successful in their studies. Lastly, we thought about SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, because it reminds us that by solving food security, it is not only about producing more food, but also about reducing waste and promoting sustainable consumption. Every year, large amounts of food are wasted while many go hungry. Responsible habits from farming to dining help us balance resource fairly and sustainably.
As a developing nation with a growing population and evolving dietary patterns, Malaysia faces the challenge of ensuring a stable domestic food supply while reducing dependency on imports. Our group have prepared a quick Google form with simple questions to analyze the data regarding the knowledge of food security in Malaysia. As you all can see here, most of the respondents are said to not even understand the meaning of food security. Hence, we should properly educate everyone regarding this issue by
First, holding an awareness campaigns about food security. And then, we can include farming syllabus in our youth academics. Lastly, we can widen job opportunities for all ages.
Moving on, this data shows why the respondents think young people are not interested in agriculture. The biggest sector shows low income and lack of education. Thus, we decided it would be best for government to promote local agribusiness, improve or make agriculture easier with advanced technologies, and support farmers with subsidies and tools. Lastly, we also requested our respondents to give other solutions, and these are some of them.
To conclude, food security is a serious issue that affects every part of our country's future developments. Malaysia's heavy dependence on food imports, climate change, and rising food prices all threaten our ability to ensure enough safe and nutritious food for everyone. Food security is a global responsibility. With collective action, we can ensure everyone eats a healthy meal.
From Surah Al-An'am, verse 141, He is the one who produces gardens, both cultivated and wild, and palm trees, crops of different flavors, olives, and pomegranates, similar in shape but dissimilar in taste. Eat of the fruit they bear and pay the du'as at harvest, but do not waste. Surely He does not like the wasteful.
To end our speech, we would like to thank the audience for lending your ears and full attention. We express our greatest gratitude to our teachers and mentors for guiding us along making this presentation a success. We hope fellow judges and audience enjoyed it just as much as we do.
Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
May I? Yeah. Another interesting presentation. Can you tell me what is the difference between food security, planetary health, and how does our national policy integrate all these two?
Can you repeat the question?
Can
Sorry.
you explain what is the difference between food security and planetary health? And how does our national policy incorporate these two things together?
So as we all know, nowadays Malaysians provide income for lower lower income families, like my kasih, to allow them buy nutritious food. So
Other than that, our country, Malaysia, also has a system where we will filter out quality food for the nation. So this can provide health to our country.
What is your opinion? Do you think we have enough policies to govern these two issues?
I think we can add more policies so that I think governments should add more policies so we can focus more on the health and food in our nation.
Wouldn't it be too confusing for the community, especially for the local people like us Malaysian, that when we are having too many policies?
I think all of the policies can all just be the same description with the same description, but just have variety for to spread across the country for each state. They can all have the same policy under it, but they can have different kind of donation for everyone.
Okay. Congratulations on the presentation. Okay. In your slides, on the solution based on your analysis, the solution is to widen the job opportunities. Can you elaborate more on this? Slide 16 of 22.
For us, by widening job opportunities, we mean by all ages, and agriculture can not only be farming, but it can also be by taking care of the quality. So there should be a sector of farming. There should be a sector of taking care of the quality of foods. There should be a system to make sure food is enough for everyone. And so that means by widening job opportunities, we should open the sector of agriculture for more people to work, and it could solve a lot of food security problems. Thank you.
Wonderful job, Team Trinklets. Such a creative ideas and confident delivery. Coming up next, we have Team 3 Chronosage. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause.
Assalamualaikum and very good morning. I bid to honorable judges, timekeepers, teachers, and fellow students. My name is Ami Safia, and this is my fellow members.
Hi, I am Nur Arisa.
And hi, I am Nuridina Zahra.
We are Team Chronostage from Sekolah Seri Putri. So, my team members, we pick SDG 20 Hunger, a critical analysis of the Sustainable Development Goals. Zero hunger is end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture.
Okay, so we're moving on to what is the importance of food security for Malaysia's sustainable development. So first, to ensure a consistent, accessible, and nutritious food supply for its growing population. Um, Okay, so this is to ensure everyone has enough healthy food to eat. Next we move to secure food system and reduce reliance on costly food imports. So from that, we can reduce dependence on expensive food imports. In addition, it is to support livelihoods in vulnerable communities, such as farmers. Um, Next, we can promote public health by preventing malnutrition. Lastly, to foster long-term economic prosperity, ultimately safeguarding national security and stability.
Next, we will move on to the causes that lead to hunger and homelessness. First is the impact of global economic fluctuation and COVID-19 pandemic. Second, illness make people unable to work or earn money. Third is unemployment causes people to lose stable income. Other than that, natural disasters such as flood destroy homes and food sources. And lastly, family breakdown leaves some people without support or shelter.
So we move on to location analysis. So there are regions within the community that have higher incidence of food insecurity or homelessness. So there is no easy access to food markets, healthcare, social services, and employment opportunities. So higher rates of homelessness are normally surrounding urban area.
Now, we move on to socio-economic status. Firstly, low household income level in the community. This will lead to limited access to basic needs of healthy food. Second, nutrition and malnutrition rate. Third, culture diversity and traditional food system. I'm sorry. Second, the access to educational opportunity which influence employee prospect. Thirdly, evaluation on housing condition on stability, affordability, and quality in the community.
Okay, so we take a look at employment analysis. First one, the employment types in the community can identify and measure job security, wage levels, and benefits. Next, employment rates in the community also crucial and maybe lead to the instability economy.
So next is social dimension. First, we have food security among vulnerable groups such as rural, urban poor, indigenous communities. Next is high malnutrition rates affect health and development, especially in children and babies. Third, cultural diversity and traditional food system. So we move on to the environment factors. First is deforestation and biodiversity loss. Next is sustainable farming practices. And lastly is the climate change effects such as floods and drought.
Analysis indicates that Malaysia's heavy reliance on food imports, especially for staples like rice and seafood, expose vulnerabilities in its food security, particularly amidst globally change disruption.
On our analysis data, National Agro-Food Policy 2021 to 2030 and the National Food Security Policy Action Plan 2021 to 2025. First, to increase sufficiency through sustainable agriculture productivity. Despite challenges such as food inflation, Malaysia is ranked 41st in the Global Food Security Index 2022 and performs well in food quality and safety, but needs to improve in sustainability and adaptation. Next, this policy was launched to increase the productivity and resilience of the agro-food sector. The country's food security depends on its own food supply, but still requires imports.
Moving on, global events like the COVID-19 pandemic and geopolitical conflicts directly impact the availability of imported foods, leading to potential shortage. Next, changes in exporting countries' trade policies or global demand can trigger sharp price increases for essential items like rice, onions, and other staples, impacting affordability. Beyond food products, Malaysia also imports agriculture inputs such as seeds, fertilizers, and feed, which further exposes its agriculture sector to risk from global supply chain, disruption.
Now we're moving on to how to combat hunger. The first one, es- establishing food banks and community kitchen. Second, supporting local food programs. Third, implementing school and communities meal integration. Number four, promoting food resource and waste reduction.
So next, we take a look at how to end homelessness. First, we can increase affordable housing options. Second, providing emergency shelters and transitional housing. Third, offering supportive services such as mental health, addiction, and job training. And lastly, policy reforms and funding for housing programs.
Next, we'll move on to the role of government and NGOs to achieve zero hunger. First, we have food legal and policy framework agriculture policies such as National Agro-Food Policy. Second, safety laws and regulation challenges, policy implementation, enforcement and coherence. Third, we have support for smallholders and rural development issues, policy gaps, funding, coordination among agencies. Number four, leveraging technology for smarter agriculture. Ensuring inclusive policies for vulnerable population. And promoting sustainable and climate resilient practices. And lastly, we have enhancing legal framework and enforcement.
So the nation's commitment towards SDG 2 involves ensuring access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food for all with particular attention to vulnerable populations such as rural communities, indigenous peoples, and urban poor.
So this is the SDG that is involved. As you can see, we have 5 SDG, which is SDG 1, no poverty, SDG 8, decent work, SDG 12, responsibility, consumption and production, 13, climate action, and the last, SDG 15, life on land.
So all of the policies integrating these goals are essential for a resilient, equitable, and sustainable food system that fulfills the SDG 2 targets.
In summary, Malaysia's journey towards zero hunger is marked by progress and persistent challenges, embracing technological innovation, sustainable practices, and inclusive policies aligned with SDG 2 principles.
That's all from us. Thank you.
Okay, congratulations on the presentation. Okay, as you can see, Malaysia still heavily rely on the import of the food. Okay, so what is your suggestion to reduce this, and also what is the risk of us importing this from outside?
In our opinion, we should make a campaign on local products, and other than that, the government should give more work to more job the local. And as for the risk,
Um, if our country import, if our country rely on imports, um, our
our economy will drop and our money
our economy will drop and
money count will also be dropped.
Okay. Okay, I have question. How the technology can help Malaysia to achieve the target of zero hunger?
For me, I think we can achieve that by doing social media posts, because in this new era, people always use technology. So by using the application we have now, like Instagram, TikTok, and everything, we could promote promote awareness.
Thank you.
thank you so much.
Thank you, Team Chronozic, for that thoughtful presentation and strong SDG insight. Next, we invite Team 4, MAJ Force. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Test. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning to everyone. So, we are from Sekolah Berasrama Penuh Integrasi Rawang. And before we start our presentation, we would like to introduce ourselves first. My name is Raudatul Jannah binti Muhammad Azli and I am the group leader.
My name is Arifah Husna binti Muhammad Yusof.
And me, Norman Sarah binti Nur Azmi.
Okay, before we go deeper about these issues, we need to know what SDG actually means. Okay, let me give you simple definition. Okay, SDG are a long-term target that guide us to grow and improve while keeping our world stay healthy and livable for the next generations.
So today we would like to talk about chemical food fraud. Okay, first of all, let me ask all of you, what if the apple that looks shiny and healthy in my hands, it's actually coated with chemical substance? This isn't just what if, this is the reality effect that harm consumer when chemical substance is used in food. Okay, basically, chemical food fraud is happen when chemical substance is secretly used in food to make the food white, to make the food look fresher, healthier, and more profit. This issue can harm people and kill us. It's done on purpose, not an accident. Okay. For example, from the melamines in milk that harms baby in China to formalin on fish in Asia. In Malaysia too, it's harm and also threaten health and also weaken the food security. From this, it shows why strict action need to be urgent.
Okay, now let me explain to you why do people commit to chemical food fraud and why they risk other people's life. First of all, it makes food look fresh and healthy. Okay, let me ask you a question. When you go to buy groceries, what is the first thing that you will consider before you want to buy vegetables or fruit? Okay, I'm pretty sure that you will look at the appearance of the product first because appearance sells. Appearance form the customer's first impression. It builds trust and shows the quality of the product. For example, a shiny apple or bright red meat look fresh, healthy, and it attracts people to buy them. But did you know that most of the time it's only coated with chemical substances that make it look that way? Second, increased shelf life. Why? Because spoiled food means money loss. So the food industry wants to avoid these problems by adding food preservative to their food to make it last longer. And here's the catch. Too much chemicals or too much sodium and sugar turn today's long-lasting food into tomorrow's health problem such as heart disease, such as a heart attack. Okay. Third, it fake higher quality. Why? Because we pay more for extra virgin olive oil or pure milk, but often it's diluted, substituted, or mixed with other cheaper ingredients. Fourth, cut costs. Some dishonest producers take shortcut ways to cut costs and maximize their profit. And they thought, why use proper cold storage or natural preservative if one cheap chemical substance can do all the job? And last one, both flavor or texture. Chemical food fraud use undeclared or unapproved chemical substances to make look fresher and improve the texture and the flavor of the product. While additive like monosodium glutamate (MSG) or approved artificial sweeteners are legally used for this purpose, but fraudulent version they use cheaper or even harmful chemicals.
Okay, next. Now, chemical fraud isn't just happen in one way, it happens in many forms. So, this graph shows the most common one around the world. Okay, I will tell you the two highest based on this graph. Okay, as we see here, the largest type here is dilution and substitution, which is 20% of all cases. This means mixing real food with cheaper ingredients. For example, adding water to meat and mixing cheap oil with olive oil. Sound harmless, right? But the truth is, it lower nutrition and sometimes it can bring contamination and makes people sick. Okay, next we have botanical origin fraud, which is 19% of all cases. Botanical origin fraud can happen when plant-based food like coffee, olive oil, or tea
are fake and mislabeled. For example, they sell low-grade tea as premium tea. Okay, why they do this? Because most of us can taste the difference. If I hand to you a bottle of mixed oil, you had probably do not know that that is mixed oil and not pure olive oil. That's how seller fool us. They earn more while us lost twice. Our health is at risk and our money wastes on fake products.
Okay, for the bad effect. First, food fraud isn't just cheating. It has a big effect on many aspects. First, health. I would like to say that chemical substance can harm our body. For example, melamine in milk can damage our kidney. Second, loss of trust, which, for example, if the people find out that the food is being fake, they start doubting markets and food security. Third, economic harms, which the people who do the right will lose, while cheaters make profit. This is unfair. Okay. Fourth, food security threat. Think about it. If the fake food flood in market, the real food becomes harder and harder to find, and it's cause harms to people, especially children.
Okay, after all of our explanation, we know that chemical food fraud brings to one big issue, which is health issue. So, I would like to relate this issue with SDG 3. So, what is actually SDG 3? SDG 3 is ensuring health and well-being for everyone, but chemical food fraud is a direct attack on this goal. So, when chemical substances are added to food, they don't just fake freshness, but it gives long-term damage to our health. In Malaysia, cases are still appear. For example, formalin on fish, borax in noodles, or artificial dyes in food. So, these chemicals might look harmless, but actually, it damages kidneys, cause cancer, and slowly poison the body. So, fighting chemical food fraud isn't just about safer meals, but it's about healthier people.
Okay, second, to ensure a good health for everyone, we would like to introduce to all of you our innovation idea, which is QR code scanner on every package of food, and the SDG 12, which is responsible consumption and production. Okay, consumer can scan the QR code using their own gadget and prove the authenticity of the product, and the QR code contain a key information such as processing date, ingredient sources, also safety certificate. From this, it can prevent from level of fraud and increase the transparency in food chain.
Okay, in general, Malaysians, especially children, often eat snacks just to satisfy their hunger stomach. While these snacks actually just contain sodium, sugar, and even chemical substances that actually make our bodies got harm. Okay. So, SDG 2 is about zero hunger. A hunger isn't just about having food, but it is about safe and nutritious. Okay, to achieve SDG 2, we need to eat food that give us real nutrition and not quick satisfaction.
For the last SDG, which is SDG 16, is about peace, justice, and strong institution. What we need to do to stop this issue? I think we need a strong system like food check daily for safety and fair laws. If the rules are not strict, this issue keep happening and people will get hurt.
Okay, strong systems need strong action. So, to fight food fraud, we use SAFE approach, SAFE. So, simple step, but it helps us to keep our food stay healthy and trusted anytime. Okay. So, for S stand for secure, which means make sure all your food comes from make sure your food come from trusted supplier, which it can help us to prevent unsafe and fake product from enter the system. Okay, next. A for analyze. Check your ingredients carefully to make sure that they are safe, real, and good for our health. Okay, F stand for fortify. You can use your technology like tracking or certification to make sure your food stronger and reduce the cheating while avoid mixing harmful chemical in our food. Okay, for the last, engage. We have engage. We can working together with food agencies or regulators to make sure our system food keep fair and honest.
Okay, so Jannah mentioned before that engage with regulator or we work together with agency. So here are some of the related agency. First of all, we have Ministry of Health Malaysia.
Second, Minister of Domestic Trade and Cost of Living, KAPDN.
And third, Royal Malaysian Customs Department.
Okay, all of this agency will help to protect our community from being trapped by the chemical food fraud to sustain healthy population. So that's all from us. Thank you.
Okay, congratulations for the very creative presentation. Okay, you have mentioned about technologies in terms of making sure the food can be produced safely. So, what about? Of course, you have heard about AI. So, how we can implement AI to ensure that our food safely produced?
Okay, from the QR code, we can see that the technology that involve AI, which is it contains the key information such as the ingredient sources, the processing date, and also the safety certificate. It's also involve AI in the system.
Okay. Chemical fraud, yeah. That catch up something in my mind. From your observation, right? Besides chemical fraud, what other form of food insecurity that we are facing here in Malaysia that requires attention for the policy attention? You mentioned something on the three government agencies that governs all these things, right? So what other thing? What other food insecurity exists in Malaysia that require policy attention? Yeah.
Okay. Others policy is about fake label on food. For example, the frozen cartel scandals in Malaysia that happened in 2020, they sold fake meat they supposedly we eat lamb meat, but they combine with pork meat. So that is un um illegal. Because this is not just about religion. This is about trust. So that's my answer.
Okay.
Thank
That's all
you.
from us. Thank you.
Excellent work by Team MAJ Force. Your energy was truly commendable. And now, the final team for this session, Team 5, Triad Minds. Let's cheer them as they take the stage.
Hello.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good day to the honorable judges, timekeeper, fellow participants from UPTM Kuala Lumpur, friends from other school, and everyone present here today. It is a pleasure to stand before you to present our topic entitled Malaysia's Food Security Challenge, Malaysia's Food Security Challenges, Strategies and Future Prospects. Our presentation is Our presentation is proudly prepared by our team, Siti Fatima, Nurilan Kashi, and Alisha Zinira. This presentation is divided into 10 main sections. Before we begin, we would like to express our appreciation to the judges and organizers of UPTM SDG National SDG Challenges for this opportunity. Now, let us begin to our first part of our presentation. So, Malaysia's agro-food sector supports about 500,000 workers, around 4% of the workforce, and 3.5% of the contributes of the gross domestic product (GDP). But our domestic production for rice, we only produce 63% of the 63% on what we consume. The COVID-19 pandemic, extreme weather and trade disruptions show how fragile supply chains can it be. In 2022, food inflation hit 5.8% and our import bill reached 75.6 billion ringgit. We also face nutrition challenges. About 1 in 5 children, while obesity rates keep rising. So this factor combined show our food system is productive but not secure yet for what? This factor combined shows that our food sector is productive but not secure yet for every Malaysian. So Malaysia faces major hurdles. For the first one is heavy import dependence. We rely on other countries for rice, wheat, and cooking oil. We exposed to price swings and import bans. Second, low productivity. Many farms are still using old method, and 70% are in debt. Average age is 60 years old. And third, climate risk. Floods in 2022 caused in 111 billion ringgit in losses. It is because of the rising sea level may reduce yields by up to 2030. Fourth, weak supply chains. It is because of the high post-harvest losses and poor condition chains infrastructure shrink food on consumers. So you put this together, to get food supply, but you will struggle to get affordable, nutritious, and reliable. Sir, so here you can see it visually, self-sufficiency for Malaysia in poultry and eggs, but not in vegetables, dairy, and rice. So Malaysia has the highest grocery bill in 2022, but the Indonesia has the lowest grocery bills in 2022. It is because Indonesia has produced its own food, and for Indonesia, their people can get more job. Moving on, our import bill keep climbing, reaching nearly 79 billion ringgit in 2023. 2023. This number reminds us why local resilience is so important. Next, I would like to invite my friend Nurilan to continue our presentation.
Thank you, Fatima. As you guys can see on the slide, we have government policies and initiatives. Through the National Agro-Food Policy 2.0 Food Security Action Plan, we can see that our country is moving forward to secure food for everyone. Sorry. Through even the target already bold on the slide that our country aims self-sufficiency, 8% on rice, 79% on vegetables, even 140% in poultry. While through institutional measures, National Food and Nutrition Security Council coordinates ministries, while through NLPM 2.0 links agriculture with nutrition, which is for SDG 2 goals. Next, we have innovation, technology, and partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine drones flying over paddy fields, smart sensors measuring water, farmers using apps instead of guesswork. This is not science fiction, ladies and gentlemen. This is reality. Malaysia also strengthened food security through public-private collaboration. This means setting up agro-entrepreneur hubs and working with global partners like FAO and WFP. And all of this supports our small farmers and directly aligns with SDG 1, no poverty, also SDG 17. Last but not least from me, climate sustainability and social aspect. Malaysia builds food security through 3 pillars, which is the first one, climate resilience with smart farming and ecosystem protection that link it to SDG 15, life on land, sustainable practices like zero waste and organic farming, nutrition, nutrition access and nutrition through subsidies and support for smallholders. And all these things linked to SDGs 1, 2, and 3. Now, let's Zinira to continue the presentation.
Thank you. Our solution brings everything together in one simple idea. Smart plus resilient. It stands for S, sustainable diet and farming; M, modernize agriculture through technology; A, ensure affordability and fair access; and R, build resilience to shocks with reserve and diversification; and T, talent and governance. In short, it's a roadmap that unites Malaysia's priority to make our food system sustainable, modern, and people-driven, fully in line with the national plan and the SDGs. So, what's next for Malaysia's food future? So, first, integrated approach. We will blend local production with smart, diversified imports, building trade flexibility, and strategic reserve so no single disruption can shake our food supply. Second, harnessing technology and youth by supporting agri-entrepreneurship with land access, training, and innovation hub. We can ensure the agriculture field can be an innovative and exciting field in the future. And third, strengthening institution. Coordination among ministries, NGOs, and the private sector will ensure policies work together, while the My SDG Trust Fund can help with local food sustainability goals. All of these three align with the SDGs, such as SDG 2, Zero Hunger; SDG 12, Responsible Consumption and Production; SDG 13, Climate Action; SDG 1, Zero Hunger; and also SDG 17, Partnership for the Goal. Creating a food system agriculture by 2028. All of these are ambitious goals but achievable goals if all sectors work together. Our call to action is simple. Our call to action is simple. We invite policymakers, partners, and you, our judges, to support Malaysia's smart, post-silent food security roadmap, combining innovation, youth empowerment, and collaboration, so no Malaysian will go hungry by 2030. We have also identified 3 key risks and how to handle them. Import disruption, we diversify suppliers and keep national grain reserve. Climate shock, we expand climate smart farming and crop insurance. Aging farmers, we grow the next gen agropreneur program and improve land access for youth. Preparedness is our best protection.
So, we can see that Malaysia's food security is both a challenge and an opportunity. By modernizing our farms, supporting our farmers, and connecting every policy from fields to plate, we can build a food system that's secure, fair, and sustainable for everyone. With courage and cooperation, Malaysia also can truly achieve zero hunger by 2030. That's all from us. Thank you. We are Tried Minds.
Okay, excellent. Please catch up your breath first. I'm also catching up my breath. Very interesting model, the one that you have there, which is smart resilience proposal. My question is how do we, Malaysia, can balance between imports and local produce to ensure affordability and resilience?
So, if we look import and local food, local what? Local local produce, local production. So we can choose. We have the right to choose which one are we buying, either the local or the international production, the import. So we as a Malaysian, we of course need to support our country's economic. So we need to buy the local food lah.
Would that make our local produce more resilient?
Um, in my opinions, because local product is more better than import food. Plus, local product is more cheaper than import. Yeah.
Okay. One of your strategy is actually using the data analytics to help the food security. Okay, beside the use of data analytics in terms of the weather forecast, is what are the other areas that you can use on the data to help this food security?
Can you repeat the question?
Okay, in terms of the data, because data is actually quite powerful. So, because one of the example to use the data analytics to do the weather forecast. Also, beside from this weather forecast, what are the other areas that you can use in terms of the data to help this food security? Other data that you can use.
We actually from our smart plus resilient proposal is actually based on the strategic plan of from MAFS and the KPIs from the file you gave us. So actually, our food, our actually there's annual report, like every year they produce a new report. So actually we can from that we can know what is the like uh, the data pergerakan. Yes.
Thank you.
What an incredible morning session. Let's give another big round of applause to all our session 1 teams. Cybercore, Trinkets, Chronozech, MAD Force and Triad Minds. Your hard work, teamwork and creativity truly embody the SDG spirit. Bravo! We will now take a short morning break until 11 a.m. before continuing with session 2. Guests and participants are invited to enjoy refreshment outside the hall. But before everyone leaves for a short refreshment, we are delighted to share that our guest from SMK Teknik Kuala Lumpur will be joining a special interactive activity conducted by APROS, the Association of Professional Studies UPTM. The activity will be held during this short break. So, to all SMK Technic Kuala Lumpur students, don't go too far, you will follow our APROS member. Stay close and get ready for something fun and meaningful. Once again, everyone else, please enjoy your short break and we will see you all again at 11 a.m. sharp for session 2 of the UNSC 2025 final round. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached one of the most anticipated moments of the day, the prize giving ceremony to Sekolah Menengah Teknik Kuala Lumpur in appreciation of the interactive activity session they joined earlier with applause. To present the token of appreciation, we would like to invite Yang Berusaha, Associate Professor Dr. Nurisha binti Muhammad, Dean of the Institute of Professional Studies, to kindly come forward to present the gift to Sekolah Menengah Teknik Kuala Lumpur. We would like to call Clean Water to receive your gift as a token of appreciation. Please, one of representative come to the stage. Clean Water. Clean Water team. Aku tak pakai. Ini representative yang tim Sagu Hati. Ini Sagu Hati punya. Next, Zero Hunger team. Next, Reduce Inequality team. Please come up. Next, Lifkan Life on Land. One of representative, please come up. Next, Affordable and Clean Energy team. Next, Good Health and Well-being team. Please come up. Next, Quality Education team. Please come up. Next, we will present the prize to our second place winner. Climate Action. And our champion is Life Below Water. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Nurisha. We are about to continue with the second session of the UNSC 2025 final round, featuring the next 5 finalist team. Once again, let's keep the same enthusiasm and positive energy as we cheer for our young innovator from all across Malaysia. Just a quick reminder, each team has 10 minutes to present and 5 minutes for Q&A from the judges. Please keep your time in check and our timekeeper will ring once at 9 minutes and twice at 10 minutes. And now, let's begin with our next team. Please welcome Team 6, Green Tea. Give them a big round of applause, everyone.
Yes.
Green tea! Green tea!
Are you selling green tea?
No, Nina!
Don't you remember? We are presenting on UPTM National SDG Challenge today.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Assalamualaikum and good morning. I bid to all the judges and ladies and gentlemen. We are from Team Green Tea from Academy Science Pentang, presenting to you about food security in Malaysia. I'm Husnina.
I'm Kaisara.
And I'm Norzulaika.
First of all, let us take a closer look on what is food and stable and having stable food supply for the future. It's not just having food supply today, but making sure we have enough food supply. Next, let us take a look on agriculture aspect. From the agricultural perspective, food security is about capacity of the agriculture sector to ensure that a nation's population has reliable access to sufficient, safe and nutritious food. This links directly to the four FAO pillars of food security, which are availability, access, utilization, and stability. Now, move on to issue and solution of food security in Malaysia. Let's start Let's start with import dependence. Every year, Malaysia brings in massive amount of foods, including rice, wheat, meat, milk, and even vegetables. In 2023 alone, Malaysia, our foods import reached almost 80 billion, surpassing what we exported. This means we are heavily tied to global markets. When prices rise in other countries, it can quickly drive up food price here in Malaysia. At the same time, our agricultural land is shrinking. As cities expand and industry grow, farmland is being converted for other uses, including oil palm plantation. This limits how much local food we can produce, especially vegetables, and increase our dependence on others. The risk is simple but serious. If we rely too much on imports, global problems can quickly become Malaysia's problems. That's why finding innovative and sustainable ways to grow food locally is no longer just an option.
So, what's the solution for this problem?
Well, to address these issues, we have found the perfect solution, which is aquaponics. Aquaponics is the integration of aquaculture, which is fish farming, and hydroponics, a solid plant cultivation in a closed loop system.
But why aquaponics? Why does not hydroponic instead?
Well, Kai, that is because aquaponics integrates the four FAO pillars, which are availability, accessibility, utilization, and stability. Aquaponics produces both fish and vegetables all year round, which means it is independent of seasons. Aquaponics also can be set up in urban areas through vertical farming, reducing reliance on imports and transportation costs. Next, aquaponics provides a balanced nutrition, which is fish for protein and vegetables for vitamins. And lastly, aquaponics is more resilient to climate change because it's a controlled environment system. Now, moving on about the proposition about the future of food security in Malaysia. According to Khazanah Research Institute 2019, National Agro-Food Policy, MAFS and PSKPKM research papers, the future of food security in Malaysia is determined by how effectively it can move beyond narrow rice self-sufficiency goals towards a diversified, climate-smart and innovation-driven food system. KRI has highlighted about the food security problems in Malaysia, focusing too much on rice, but not much on affordability or nutrition. Dasar Agromakanan Negara Dasar Agromakanan Negara 2.0 has set a national vision for a modern and sustainable food system. Then, MAFS turned that vision into real programs like smart farming and machineries. And lastly, PSKPKM made it measurable, outlining how to produce more food and making sure food is affordable for all Malaysians. If Malaysia fully carries out all of these plans, Malaysia can significantly strengthen food security by 2030. This will lead to higher self-sufficiency ratios and more stability and less disease outbreaks.
But what if Malaysia had not solved the issues?
Well, Malaysia will remain vulnerable to import price volatility, disease outbreak, and climate risks, despite progress in some commodities.
I still don't get it. How does aquaponics actually help?
I know. I will explain it to you guys. So, how does aquaponics actually help? First, smart water use with climate resilience. We all know Malaysia faces extreme weather like droughts, floods, and others you can name. So, we need smarter ways to farm. Luckily, aquaponics is a closed loop system. That means the fish waste feeds the plants and the water gets recycled. The result is it uses up to 90% less water than traditional farming. And it also performs well even during droughts or in areas with limited water. Since it can be set up in urban and flood-prone areas, it's ideal for Malaysia's changing weather. Cool, right? Second, we have support mechanization and precision farming. Aquaponics isn't just farming, it's smart farming. Farmers can use IoT sensors which track pH, oxygen, and nutrient levels in real time. And all this data can be sent to apps or digital platforms, so farmers get updates straight from their phones. That's exactly what PSKPKM wants: precision farming powered by data, not just some guessing. Third, focus on high impact commodities. So what do we actually grow? In aquaponics? Two main things: fish, a great source of protein, and vegetable packed with nutrients. These are exactly the high impact commodities Malaysia needs to boost self-sufficiency, reduce import, and support a more diverse and healthy diet. It doesn't replace rice, but it complements it by filling the nutrition and protein gaps. Last but not least, improves affordability and nutrition. Let's talk about food that's affordable, fresh, and actually good for you. Aquaponics delivers exactly that for both urban and rural communities. It helps vulnerable groups like low-income families, and it supports DAN 2.0 goals, focusing not just on calories, but on better nutrition. Because in the end, we're not just filling stomachs, we're building a healthier body. Next, we have 6 relevant SDG in total. Firstly, SDG 2, which provides year-round harvest. SDG 3, good health and well-being, supports health, healthier diets in rural, land, and urban areas. SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, uses 90% less water than conventional farming. SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. And lastly, SDG 50, life on land. Oh no, our slide has come to the end. So, did you guys enjoy the presentation? I can hear it. Did you guys enjoy the presentation? Okay, to end our presentation, I would like to share a quote made by our great leader, which is "Fish and green combines, food security redefined." This isn't the future of farming, it's the now, and it starts with us. That's all from us. Thank you.
Bye.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay. How to expand the aquaponics despite the high costs, especially for the low income community?
Well, for my plan, government should provide subsidies since the lowest costs to make an aquaponic is around 2,100. I think it is enough for government to give subsidies for small communities to provide the basic aquaponics so that they can grow themselves and make money for the community.
Other than subsidy?
Well, for the low-cost families to make aquaponics with a lower budget, they can use recycled items from the wastelands, and government can at least provide a water pump system for the aquaponics.
Is there any environmental costs or energy costs that would be associated with the implementation of aquaponics?
No, aquaponics is actually a closed loop system, and we use a biological cycle called nitrogen cycle, so it is not affected by seasons. It's a closed loop system and controlled with IoT sensors.
No more questions.
No more questions. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Green Tea, for that refreshing and inspiring take on sustainability. Up next, we have Team 7 in Solve. The stage is yours. Let's cheer them on.
Bismillah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning to respected judges, timekeepers, and fellow guests. My name is Tengku Emran.
My name is Nurhusnina Patricia.
Hi, my name is Humaira Yasmin.
We are proudly to tell you that we are from Integrated School of Temalo, or in short, INSTOF. And today, we would like to present our food security report under INSTOF 23. Our topic focuses encouraging fish consumption among students in the school dining hall. This project aims to support SDG 2, which is Zero Hunger, which emphasizes ending hunger, achieving food security, and improving nutrition. We believe that through better consideration and understanding of students' eating preferences and creative food ideas can help reduce food waste and provide good eating habits for students. I will now pass the stage to Humaira.
Thank you for the great presentation. So now I will tell about so for our problem statement. During our observation and short survey at the school dining hall, we noticed that students tend to avoid eating fish dishes. You guys must be thinking, why did the student avoid eating fish dishes? The main reason is that they are afraid of swallowing small bones, and some students also dislike the strong odor of certain types of fish. Because of that, a lot of fish dishes are left unfinished, which leads to food wastage. This situation not only increases food wastage but also affects the school efforts to provide balanced and nutritious meals. Now I will pass to Tengku.
Thank you, Humaira, for the wonderful problem statement. I will now tell you about our analysis. To understand this issue better, we conducted a survey among students from Form 1 to Form 5. The bar chart here shows you that who like and dislike the fish. From the result, we can see the majority of people dislike the fish in the school dining hall, and the smaller percentage likes this fish. This means that the problem is not about the fish itself, but rather how is it cooked and served. Therefore, by improving the menu and presentation, more students can enjoy fish dishes and food waste can be reduced. I will now pass the stage to Husnina.
Thank you, Tengku, for the analysis. So, our project is closely related to Sustainable Development Goals 2, Zero Hunger. This goal aims to end hunger and ensure everyone has access to safe, nutritious, and sufficient food all year round. Innovative approaches in food production, such as fortifying staple food with essential vitamins and minerals, support the achievement of SDG 2 by addressing malnutrition and improving dietary quality. By addressing issues like food waste and unbalanced nutrition, we can contribute to achieving SDG 2 while ensuring that every student gets the nutrition they need to stay healthy and focused in class. So, next, we would like to share our suggestion for improvement to Ministry of Education Malaysia, or MOE. We propose that fish should be offered in various and more appealing forms. For example, fish ball, which are easier to eat and bone-free. Second, fish and chips, which are crispy, fun, and popular among students. Soy sauce fish, which has a milder and more familiar taste. And curry fish for students who prefer more flavorful dishes. By offering fish in these different styles, students will have more choices and will be more likely to enjoy their meals without fear of bones or strong smells. At the same time, it can help reduce the amount of uneaten food. I would like to pass it to Humaira.
Thank you, Husnina. So, for our future prediction, we believe that fish will be served more often in the school dining hall, since it is a healthy and affordable source of protein. With more creative and tasty menus, students won't get bored of eating fish anymore. We also expect that with better cooking method, food waste will be reduced. When students find the dishes more delicious and attractive, they will finish meals happily and never leave them behind again. Now I will pass to Tengku.
Thank you, Humaira. For our analysis prediction, based on our prediction analysis, we believe that introducing new and innovative fish dishes will lead to a higher percentage of students enjoy fish in the future. This approach will not only improve the students' nutrition, but also support the school's goal of promoting sustainable and responsible food consumption. It can also inspire dining hall staff to be more creative and thoughtful in the making of the weekly menus.
To conclude, our project highlights the importance of improving the quality and variety of fish dishes in the school dining hall. Through creativity, awareness, and support from both students and staff, we can promote better nutrition, reduce food waste, and contribute to the other United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you for listening to our presentation. We hope our suggestion can make school meals more enjoyable and sustainable for everyone.
Wonderful. At last, I can see one gentleman representing the whole competition throughout the morning session until now. Right. Do we have more gentlemen at the back there? Yeah. Can't hardly wait to see you guys performing afterward. Now, nice presentation. And I was like looking forward for menu suggestion just now, the one that you are proposing. Can you tell me how does this menu changes, the one that you have suggested, might give? What are the challenges might the school might have to face implementing all the menu changes, the one that you are proposing?
Okay. There are actually no challenges because the suggestion that we gave you, which is the fish ball and the soy sauce, which are more affordable than the usually food that was served in our school dining hall. So this also makes the benefits for the students to get more nutrition because students dislike eating fish that has a lot of bones. So the suggestions that we gave, which are fish balls, which are bone free, so they will more tend to go to the dining hall to eat fish because in if I predict, it is more attractive to eat boneless fish than eating lots of bones. Thank you.
Okay, in terms of your suggestion in this innovation of fish, okay, you are only relating to SDG 2. Is there any SDG that relates to this proposal?
No. Uh, we only have SDG 2, which is zero hunger.
So you only relate to SDG 2? So,
Yes.
To know more about what is your plan to measure the impact of this of your solution to reducing food waste?
Okay, we were expected to solve global issue in Malaysia, which is food waste. But as students, we plan on solving in our school community first. So if we achieve on reducing food waste in our school, we would like to expand the ideas to our headmaster, and then the headmaster will give it to the Ministry of Education, and we will prepare all the suggestions to around Malaysia. around all of the distinguished school in Malaysia. As a token of gratitude.
Well done, INSOF 23. That was an impressive and tech-driven presentation. Before we proceed to next group, we are truly honored this morning to welcome the arrival of Yang Berbahagia Associate Professor Dr. Sharifah Shahira binti Said Sheikh, Vice Chancellor of University Polytechnic Malaysia. Let's continue with our Team 8, Alpha. Let's give them some loud cheers as they take the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To our respected educators, timekeepers, and beloved audience. So before that, in Malaysia, I eat rice, you eat rice,
And we all eat rice.
and that is why we choose high dependency in imported rice as our topic for today. So before that, hi, I'm Elisa. I'm Aisha Khadijah.
And I'm Uzma.
And this is our teacher and our mentor. So these are all the contents that we're going to present to you guys today.
Now, let's move on to Malaysia's problem statement. So, we realized that Malaysia rice production is unable to fully fulfill domestic demand with a low self-sufficiency level. This makes Malaysia still highly dependent on imports. And there are two main objectives that we want to achieve by the end of this presentation. The first one is to identify the key challenges that are affecting our rice production in Malaysia. And the second one, to propose to you a practical solution that can increase our local rice production.
Now, let us understand together what is food security. Based on the 1996 World Food Summit, food security is the condition when all people at all times have a physical and economic access to sufficient and nutritious food for healthy life.
But in order to achieve the food security, these are the components that we need to have. First, we have availability, utilization, stability, and access.
Now, let's look at self-sufficiency ratio, SSR, and self-sufficiency level, SSL. So what is exactly SSR is? SSR is used to measure the percentage of domestic production of a particular food compared to its domestic availability. And these are the formula to calculate SSR. While SSL is based on SSR. In this context, our country Malaysia SSR is still below 70%, which means our self-sufficiency level is still on the low level and Malaysia have high dependency on imports.
Do you guys know what is actually happening? Like we see, rice is our staple food, but Malaysia itself slowly killing its own rice industry because 30% of the rice we eat is imported.
Moving on to fun facts about rice in Malaysia. Do you guys know how much we consume rice in a year? No, right? So we consume about 2.5 million tons of rice per year. And that is about 77 to 80 kilogram rice per person in 1 year. And with all the rice, we use 56% from local production, which is barely half. And the others are imports.
Now, 44% of the imported rice is actually coming from several countries, which is Vietnam as our biggest supplier with 39.7%, followed by Pakistan, India, Thailand, and lastly Cambodia with 5%. On the other hand, 56% of local rice is coming from Kedah with 33%, followed by Kelantan, Perak, Sarawak, Selangor, and other states.
So these are some examples brand from local rice and imported rice.
Now, let's look at the data analysis on the screen right now. As you can see, our imported rice is slowly increasing and it's nearly half to our local rice production. And this means really, really bad. Now, let's look at our government's goals. For this year, in 2035, we are going to achieve only 25% of imports. And by the end of 2030, we are going to achieve only 20% of import. And these are really hard for us to get.
So in order to achieve the government's initiative, of course, we have some challenges to overcome. But like in our life, for example, in order to achieve success, of course, we need to encounter some difficulties. Going from the first one is climate change. Taken from December 2024, we were hit by floods and actually it destroyed about 13,000 hectares of yields. Next, we have weak mechanization, which also means our technology adoption is very, very low. And based on our graph before, we are currently in low SSL and SSR.
Now, let's see our government initiative to increase the production of rice for now. The first one is granary areas,
stockpiling and import management,
and National Agro-Food Policy 2.0.
So, granary areas is actually the backbone of the national rice, where these areas receive the priorities government support such as subsidies, certified seed, mechanization, and irrigation infrastructure. For example, in Malaysia, we have Muda Mada at Kedah and Perlis and also Kemubukada at Kelantan.
And we also conducted an interview session with Mr. Ramsuri, a senior general of Bernas Company. Now, what is exactly stockpiling and import management? Stockpiling is keeping extra supplies if there's any shortage, flood, or war. Meanwhile, import management means controlling how much rice we buy from other countries. And these two are actually managed by Bernas, Beras National Padi Berhad. Okay, how does actually Bernas helps in increasing our local rice production? By four main ways. The first one is collaboration with research bodies such as MARDI. So, Bernas actually collaborate with MARDIs to introduce a new paddy seeds that have climate tolerance. And the second one is promoting modernization. These are actually helped by Bernas supplying technologies like drones or efficient irrigation system to our local farmers. And the third one is to enhance post-harvest and supply chains. Bernas help in upgrading the storage supplies so that all the harvest paddy are not wasted. And the last one is driving sustainability. So, how is exactly Bernas help in driving sustainability is by giving technology that use renewable energy or a technology that can reduce carbon emissions in our country.
Next, we have National Agro-Food Policy, where the first one is smart agriculture, where the government uses drones and other technology in our field. And next, we have youth engagement in farming, where the government provides incentive and modern tools for the youth. And why do you think we choose youth? It is because youth can provide fresh minds and ideas that can modernize this sector. So these are all the SDGs related to our presentation today. So the first one, we have SDG 1, no poverty. So in order to increase our local rice production, we need more work and more energy. So more workers are needed. So in the same time, we could conduct more work opportunities. And that is how we achieve SDG 1, no poverty.
When more farmers take part in cultivation, our country can produce more local rice to feed the people and ensure that everyone has access to nutritious food, and thus support SDG 2 zero hunger. Now, when our job opportunity is wider because we needed more farmers and at the same time we can provide them a nutritious food, this will eventually help us to achieve SDG 8, which is decent work and economic growth.
Now, as you can see on the data, on the graph, let's conclude all the things that we have discussed right now. So in conclusion, the biggest issues in Malaysia right now is Malaysia's over-dependency on imported rice. So that's why we believe that by us actually supporting all the government initiative, it can actually help for us to achieve government goals, 20% of imported by 2025 and only 20% imported by 2030.
So, all in all, there's still hope and there's still opportunity. But only if we choose to care, choose to understand,
and choose to act starting today.
So that's all for us. Thank you for listening. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, I would like to ask, what is the main risk if Malaysia continue to depend on imported rice, and how we as a community can help to achieve the SDG 2?
Okay, so for the first question is what is the risk if we Malaysian still depends on imported rice? Okay, as you all might not know, India have banned Malaysia from buying non-basmati rice, and non-basmati rice is cost more cheaper than basmati rice. So what happened is our country now make our market price become unstable because we have to buy basmati rice that is more expensive, and it is actually burden our communities. That is for the first question. Is it answer your question? And then the second one is, how can the communities help in ending zero hunger? Is when government itself provide incentive to the people to upgrade their farm, upgrade their paddy fields. So this is actually offering wider job opportunities. So when people have jobs, they have money. So when they have money, they can buy food. That's how it's actually ending zero hunger, which is SDG 2.
very interesting. I also cannot live without rice a day. Okay. Despite of all the government effort to reduce the import, why do you think we still depends on the imported rice?
I think we actually come up with our own solution that are actually copying the other countries out, the other major countries that produce more rice than us. For example, in Pakistan, they combine two different strains where one is high yield and another one is climate resistant. And when we combine those two, we can create more stronger and more faster growing strains.
You have integrated about 5 SDG just now, right? Out of that 5, which one do you think that Malaysia is struggling the most and why?
For me, I think Malaysia's most struggling of SDG 8, decent work and academic growth. As you all know, Malaysia's having a really hard on their academic growth. But by the governments and the communities working together to actually achieve our projects that I has presented to you guys, when first, if you want to produce more rice, we need more workers. So this actually widen the job opportunities. So when the people have worked, they can produce more rice. And when there is more rice, so we can feed our people. And when our country have people to work for our country, we have sufficient and nutritious food access. This actually helps them to contribute to our academic growth. So that is actually the cycle when. Does that answer your question?
Well, we don't have much time. Otherwise, it will lead to another question. But good answer, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Alpha, for that strong and confident presentation. Now, we welcome our Team 9, the Lulu. Don't let the name fool you. This team is full of real talent and bright ideas. Let's go, the Lulu.
Testing mic 1, 2, 3. Ready? Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Today, our group will be presenting about our findings on food security in Malaysia. How Malaysia ensures there is safe and affordable food for everyone, and challenges in maintaining it. The data and reports that we have taken is from the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, or MAFS for short. In the current year, 600 million people fall ill due to unsafe food consumption, and this equals to around 1 in 12 people globally. In Malaysia, we are not only trying to combat this issue, but also the ongoing issue of trying to provide safe and affordable food for everyone, especially considering the B40s. And the main overseer of this issue in Malaysia is the Ministry of Agriculture, now renamed the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, showing how Malaysia is keen on ending this issue once and for all.
Okay, based on the Khazanah Research Institute, the FAO has suggested there are four main pillars to food security. The first one being availability, where Malaysia can provide enough food, whether it is produced or from imports. Two, accessibility, where the Malaysia can provide infrastructure and facilities so that the citizens can get their food easily. Third, being utilization, that directly correlates with affordability, whether when can we buy the food or how are we going to use the food for our nutrition needs. And lastly, stability, just to make the other three pillars remain strong. Here you can see that here are the imported food supply data set, which really shows that Malaysia really dependent on imports from other countries. Malaysia relies food supply from rice, dairy products, and meat, which really shows that Malaysia are import dependent as it comes to food supplies. Now correlate back to the four main pillars. Through availability and accessibility, Malaysia can provide enough food, but of course, it really relies mainly on imports. And infrastructure such as roads and markets can provide the citizens to get their food easily. But when it comes to affordability and stability, we face our biggest concern where when the prices of food supplies going up, there's also lower income families that are forced to skip and reduce their meals intake. And also because that we rely on imports so much from other countries, we also rely on their quality checks, meaning that we can't maintain a sustainable way to know that we are getting good nutrition food supplies. Then this also impose health risks and promote waste to the problem.
Okay, so here we can see that Malaysia stands at the 41st place on the Global Food Security Index. And when we look at the 40th place, which is held by the country of Brazil and Costa Rica, and when we also look at the 42nd place, which is placed with Russia, we see that there is a big major difference when we compare those countries to Malaysia. And it is that Malaysia is very small. So in the food security issues, this smaller size in comparison to other countries is actually a big challenge because it limits the amount of land that we can use to combat food security. So there are 5 main challenges that Malaysia face in food security issues. The first one is climate change and aging farmers, which refers to how climate change affects the farms in Malaysia negatively. And next, aging farmers, that refers to how the youth in Malaysia don't really see farming or agriculture as a way to become wealthy. The second challenge is price volatility, which refers to how the price of goods can change erratically over time, which means that in 1 week, we might be able to use our money to buy a lot of food, while the next we might need to use our entire paycheck just to get a week's worth of food. Third is technology. In the past, we see that Malaysia has adopted innovative technology for farming. However, in recent years, we see that this adoption rates of innovative and latest technology has actually dropped, which means that Malaysia is facing a problem with outdated technology. Fourth, land and soil pressures. What does this refer to? It refers to the size of Malaysia. The fact that we are a small country means that a lot of our land isn't actually used for agriculture. A lot of it is used for things like infrastructure, for making factories, for making other goods to export to other countries. And the fifth challenge is policies, which refers to outdated subsidies and import dependencies.
Now, for the government efforts, the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security has outlined the strategic plan 2025-2030, where the key focus includes the strengthen food availability and self-sufficiency by creating more food through programs such as the SBB Paddy program, and ensure food affordability and nutrition security by placing a baseline price so that it is affordable by all and such.
Next, Food Safety and Quality Division, FSQD for short, furthermore supports the plan by focusing on several main areas like food safety and quality assurance, where the government actually provide quality checks to the food supplies so that it would have good nutrition. Risk management and crisis preparedness, handling emergencies such as sudden climate change disasters that could stall upon the progression of production and ruining quality food supply quality. And interagency and international collaboration, seeking collaboration with global partners and local partners.
Okay, so next we can look at the aquaculture and poultry with sectors in Malaysia. And what we see with the government efforts, there is one key pushing mechanism within these efforts, which is that we want to make it a sustainable and self-sufficient systems within Malaysia. Why? Well, because we would no longer need to depend on imports. Why? Because we would have sustainable, self-sufficient goods in Malaysia. And when we increase the amount of yields within these goods, within these farms, what happens is that we stop relying on imports because we have enough food in Malaysia. And when we exceed that part, we get excess food, which we can then export to generate money for Malaysia. So that is the whole main gist of government efforts for aquaculture and poultry sectors. So here we could see that this is the table that shows what the government is trying to achieve with these efforts. And if we look closely at the bottom, we see that for the Global Food Security Index, the government is aiming for Malaysia to be on the top 35 on this index by the year 2030, which is very ambitious and outlines the determination of the government trying to fight these issues. So that is the overall gist of it. That is the summary of the government efforts within food security issues. So we can now look at the future of Malaysia.
Now, imagine a future where aquaponic towers, hydroponic towers soar sky high in the heart of KL, and young agripreneurs proudly leading the country in its agriculture efforts. That is not a future that we can only dream of. That is a future that we, Malaysia, can achieve.
We encourage that our future directly aligns with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, mainly SDG 2, Zero Hunger, to really ensure that everyone has enough nutritious food. SDG 12, Responsible Consumption and Production, by promoting less waste and maintains agriculture. And last, SDG 13, Climate Action, because food security cannot exist by not addressing climate change, one of the main factors that could ruin food security.
Okay, so what should we do? What action should we take? Well, as the Malay saying goes, bersatu kita teguh, bercerai kita roboh, which implies that we must work together to fight off issues in Malaysia. And what we see right now is that the government is actually making a lot of efforts to fight these issues. However, do we actually see the people, the civilians of Malaysia, actually trying their best to fight these issues? Not really. We don't really see that, but we do see smaller independent farms actually trying to do this. So our solution to this main problem is to strengthen domestic production, which refers to the self-sufficient farms within Malaysia. And of course, we believe that the easiest and most effective solution is to change the mindset of the civilians in Malaysia to fight off these issues. So that's why we believe that that raising awareness to choose local and eat local is a good initiative taken by the government, so that we as the whole country would be able to fight against these issues. It's not just their responsibility, it's ours as well. We want all of you to take responsibility.
And that concludes our slide. From me, Aiman.
Akif Zafran.
Ahnaf.
From Team Delului with our mentor, Puan Bariza. Signing off for today. Thank you.
Tercungak-cungak adik. Okay. One of the government efforts is actually using the monitoring and data management. Okay. How does the data management support this food security?
Okay, so for the data management, this refers to how the government they research on the data, and they, like all of the other groups have presented, we see that over time data changes. Maybe we rely more on exports, maybe we rely less on exports. So what this implies is that by making observations on the data, we can prepare for we can predict what the future holds, and we can predict the future issues that might come from the data. And because we can predict the future issues, we can of course try to prevent those issues by taking initiatives.
Wonderful. At last, I saw all three gentlemen in front of me. Right? Okay. Interesting presentation style. Very creative. But one question from me, which is, can you tell me what is the trade-off between in achieving SDG 2 and also SDG 13? The trade-off.
It was SDG 2 and 13, right?
2 and 13, yeah. Hunger and also the climate.
We don't really think there is a trade-off because for zero hunger, our solution is to make better farms in Malaysia so we can have more goods, right? So why we think that instead of trade-off like one increase, one decrease, we think that by looking into this issue and with our solution, we believe that this solution actually helps Malaysia achieve both SDGs. Why? Because in farms, we see that the main problem is that climate change negatively affect these farms, and climate change happens on a wide scale, very big areas. So, to combat zero hunger, what we try to do is to make better farms. We produce more yields, but what we see is that climate change is stopping us from producing more yields. So, if we combat climate change, this means that there will be less issues in farming, which means more yields, and this would help Malaysia achieve SDG 2. So we believe that there is not really any trade-off. We believe that by solving one of the SDG problems, we solve other SDG problems as well.
Okay, good. And then comes to another question. How do you balance this self-sufficiency between and affordability?
Okay, so if we look at if we take in local products and we look at their prices compared to imported products, we see that a lot of it is actually even more cheaper than imported products. Why? Because imports, we have to take into account the price of importing from other countries into Malaysia. So that is one of the main factors that causes these imported goods to increase in price. But local food don't really have this problem. So if we make self-sufficient farms within Malaysia, overall, on average, the prices of these goods would be more cheaper compared to imported goods. Why? Because we don't have to pay for transportation of the goods from other countries into Malaysia. It's already in Malaysia. So we believe that by making these farms in Malaysia, we also help in the affordability of food in Malaysia. Because when there's a lot of goods in Malaysia, like supply and demand, when there is a lot of supplies, then the price should go down because there is a lot of goods.
Okay, thank you.
Great job, Delulu. That was both fun and meaningful. And now, last but definitely not least, please welcome our final team for today, Team 10, Bio Brainiac. Let's make some noise for our final presenter.
Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon to the honorable panel of judges, timekeeper, fellow participants, and all my fellow friends. Before we begin, let me ask some question. Have you ever imagined if one day the vegetable is more expensive and also limited for us to buy it? First of all, let us introduce ourselves first. My name is Muhammad Nur Iman, and with me is my teammate.
My name is Nur Aulia Danisha.
And
Is Nur Emilia Fatihah.
together we will presenting the topic that is related to our heart. That is food security in Malaysia, with special focus in vegetable cultivation. All right. Oops, sorry. All right. As we all know, vegetable is one of main components for Malaysian diet. They provide essential vitamin, mineral, and fiber to keep our body more healthier. However, in recent years, Malaysia has been facing serious challenge in vegetable production.
These are the main issue affecting our food security today. First, we don't have enough suitable land for farming. Second, climate change. Climate change makes weather unstable and crops harder to grow. Last, many farmers still use traditional method with little technology. The first issue is the lack of suitable agricultural land. Rapid urban development has reduced fertile area with buildings, reducing local vegetable production. So we have to buy more food from another countries. Let's watch a short video to see how this issue affect our plant growth.
The second issue is climate change. We are facing unpredictable weather such as long drought, heavy rain, and rising temperature. All of these affect crop growth and reduce yield. This connects to SDG 30, which emphasize adaptation of our agriculture to global climate change. Now, let's take a look at a short video about La Nina.
All right. For the issue number 3 is limited use of technology in agriculture. Many farmers still rely on traditional methods for their plant their vegetable. So this will increase their costing and also will decrease their industry. All right, this will increase their costing and which can be affected to their vegetable because of they need to watering their plant is normal manually. So this related to SDG 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure, which is promoted in modern technology in farming.
All right, to solve this problem, we present our hydroponic model. This plant's growing well that showing our system is really works. Hydroponic just use water with nutrients without soil instead of soil. So it's clean, efficient, and eco-friendly. So let's watch a short AutoCAD montage to see how hydroponic system was designed.
Now, let's move on to the benefit of hydroponics. One major benefit of hydroponics is that it reduces soil-borne diseases. Since there's no soil, harmful fungus and bacteria like pithium can affect the roots. That means no more dumping off and less need for toxic pesticide. This is related to SDG 12.
Moreover, the next can be a form of therapy. It can reduce stress, improve our focus, and make us feel calm. And let's watch a short video to understand this better.
Is it true that gardening doesn't just give us fresh organic veggies, but also make us feel happier?
Absolutely.
When we garden, our body releases four happiness hormones. One is the endorphin. They ease pain and reduce stress. Second one is dopamine. That excitement when you see our plants grow or when you harvest. Third one is serotonin. Improve your mood and helps fight depression, especially with some sunlight. And the fourth one is oxytocin, which is the hormone of oxytocin, is the bonding hormone. It makes you feel calm and close in your garden when family or friends.
Wow, no wonder people say gardening is a form of therapy. We get fresh vegetables, stay healthy, and even feel mentally relaxed.
Exactly. Gardening is good for both physical and mental health.
Yeah, and if we connect this to a bigger picture, it actually support SG3, good health and well-being. So gardening isn't just about food, but also about promoting a healthier and happier community. That's like a triple benefit.
Yes, well said. Plant veggies and the veggies give back happiness.
Thanks, Dada, for lending me for some of your time. Alright, for the benefit number 3 is we can save our time by using hydroponic. As we can see at the right side of our slide, this is our coding to control our hydroponic system. For example, we can know the nutrient level in the tank, and also we can periodically run the water pump. So this will save our time, and we can control everywhere. And also right this place I can control the hydroponic system at our school. So it's related to SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure.
Our next benefit is aerial cultivation. With hydroponic, vegetable can be grown continuously throughout the year, unaffected by weather or soil condition. This ensures a stable and sustainable food supply, supporting SDG 2 and SDG 30.
Let me inspire everyone about one Muhammad Anis, 30 years old, engineering oil and gas, grows vegetables hydroponic just behind his house. Then he can harvest 80 kilograms every week and earn more income. So that shows our hydroponic system, it really works.
Alright, for a effective way to promote hydroponic is we can through the collaboration with the school and Mardi. This will the student will know more about hydroponic system, and also they can practice it at their own. For example, like our course, we can do the hydroponic at our school. Like we can see at the video before that Mardi gives us that system for to practice at our school.
Next, government and policy support our course here. By providing grants, subsidy, and urban farming policy, more people can be encouraged to start urban farming. This relates to SDG 9.
Alright, for conclusion, hydroponic is so smart model that is the so smart of technology that can use to save our time, and also we can do it every time and everywhere.
To overcome these challenges, hydroponic stand out as a sustainable and innovative solution that ensure food supply, supporting with SDG 30.
Hydroponic use sustainability development goals. It's 9 out of 17. And it's not just a farming, but it's a global step toward sustainability.
That's all from us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. This is the last group, right? Yes. Can you just change tone a bit, boleh tak? Orang Kedah kan?
Yes.
Nak tanya sikit, kalau tanah sawah tu, kalau tak tanam padi, tanam apa?
Tanam jagung.
Kalau bukan musim tanam padi,
Ja-
tanam jagung.
Ha.
So we can grow corn in the paddy field punya soil tu.
Yes.
If let's say we would like to do it simultaneously together, planting, farming padi, tanam padi dan juga tanam sayur, boleh tak? Is that possible? And how should we go about doing it?
Oh, is that the question? Yeah. Alright. As we all know, the paddy we plant it at the soil we call I'm sorry, it's called in Malay tanah liat. Okay, with this, the paddy, the water will stay in the soil, and this this is, can be used to the vegetable also, because vegetable like we say corn, this we can plant at the that tanah liat.
And one more question. What about the Internet of Things? Because I can see when you are proposing, you are using these particular apps to control water and whatnot. So is there any barrier for small farmers, let's say for example, in Changlun? Changlun Kedah ke boleh?
Kedah.
Kedah, kat Changlun, kita ada internet. Macam mana nak control ayak masuk, ayak keluar?
I see.
Yeah.
Alright. Hydroponic also can be used in other without technology. That is static hydroponic. We can use the bottle. We can cut it to half, and we can put the water inside, and we can use the cup and just hold it to put our plant like this. So we can just be the stand like to the end, yeah, and if we need to replace the active hydroponic, that is with technology.
They can do it on their own, or do they need any assistance? Because all of these suggestions might require additional cost to the small farmers.
Can you
They can do it on their own.
can you repeat?
Ask question?
Because the other alternative, the one that you are suggesting besides using these apps or the sophisticated gadget and whatnot, can they do it on their own, or they have to hire someone else to do it on behalf of them?
They need to hire someone for. That's why we in technique, that 30 people of us can go to the we call rural area, and we can provide us to do the technology.
And how do you translate this into a startup cost then? I'm very concerned towards these small farmers actually. When we are suggesting something new that involves tech and so on and so forth, they are not, a tech guy, so that might incur cost. So how does this goes into their startup cost to implement this?
The startup cost.
Yeah.
Right. For hydroponic, the drawback is the startup cost is too expensive. But also, when in the future, after we build it, it can make our income is increased. Is because we don't need to do like soil. We need to we say we need to replace the soil, because of the soil are not in nutrient is not all in it, but in hydroponic the nutrient is already in the water.
Okay, last one. What can the government do to help them?
Help them with this government also can give subsidies to us, and they can, like Mardi I said before, the Mardi can provide people to do hydroponic, like in our school that I said this they can give us educate about the system, hydroponic system.
Thank you.
And that wraps up all 10 finalists' presentations for the National SDG Case Study Challenge 2025. What an incredible lineup of young changemakers, truly inspiring, creative, and full of potential. Let's give a big round of applause to all 10 teams for their hard work and patience. Ladies and gentlemen, while our judges finalize their score and prepare their comment, we will take a short break. This is a good time for everyone to relax before we hear the judges' thought and feedback. Please stay tuned. We will resume shortly with the judges' commentary and closing segment of the UNSC 2025 final round. Welcome back, everyone. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the moment to hear from our panel of judges. They have been observing closely throughout the presentation and will now share their feedback, thoughts, and encouragement for all our finalists. Without further ado, let's invite a representative of panel of judges on stage. Dr. Muhammad Romzi Ibrahim from University Putra Malaysia. With that, we welcome our judge.
Okay. We already came up to the end of the session. I'm so I would say that I'm so glad to hear lots of ideas, very creative ideas from a young minds, and I think the result is going to be quite close. I would say after evaluating all the 10 participating teams, I think all of the groups have showcased an impressive blend of research depth, right? Creativity, and also most importantly, your passion when you are presenting it. The passion is the most powerful thing that should be portrayed at this particular young age, right? For sustainability purposes. And each team have addressed our country's pressing issues about food security. So you have touched all the relevant points, and you have also highlighted the challenges and also proposes a unique from a unique perspective, right? You guys have came up with a very wonderful ideas in terms of how should we go about solving the problems of food securities, right? So this is where we can see there are some of the suggestion and recommendation that comes from the group, like hydroponic lah, QR punya code lah, changing the menu items in the canteen or the school canteen, and so on and so forth, right? Yeah, I can see some of the, I can mention the names of the teams. For example, Triad Minds, Green Tea, the Lulu, I think you have stood up very well in terms of presenting and connecting or integrating the SDG 2, 13, and also 12. That is the most relevant one, right? And also I can, we also observe that there is very clear creative storytelling session, right? Sometimes when we have a knowledge but we do not know how to deliver, then it is going to be meaningless, right? So we have a good content, but you know how to deliver, that would touch most of our hearts. Actually, that is the most important thing. On top of that, across the board, I think you guys have been showing a solid teamwork. I think you have been spending a lot of time doing it, right? How many months, how many days to complete those sessions, those presentation slides or whatnot? Well, in 1 week, I think you have been spending, hours and hours refining the points and also preparing a good presentation slides as well. And the main area for improvement, just a slight improvement for your consideration later on, which is on the critical analysis. So we want young adults, you guys, at this particular young age, to be aware in terms of what are the effect or the significant effect towards, our social living condition. If let's say you could tie it back with our current national policies as well, because each and every policies, the one that we have developed, it should have a significant impact to our social living condition, because we're talking about food securities here. So in conclusion, all the participating teams have demonstrated that sustainability is not just a topic for a discussion, but a responsibility embraced by our next generation of thinkers and innovators. With that, I think I would like to congratulate all the participants and also the organizer, UPTM, for organizing this UPTM National Sustainability Challenge 2025. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you to our honorable judge for your valuable feedback and encouragement. Your insight have truly inspired our participant and audience today. As a token of appreciation, we would now like to present a gift to each of our judges. To do so, we would like to invite Yang Berusaha, Dr. Azwanis binti Azmi, Deputy Dean, Institute of Professional Studies, University Polytechnic Malaysia, to present the tokens of to kindly come forward to present the tokens of appreciation to our panel of judges. Dr. Muhammad Ramzi Ibrahim, which is Assistant Dean from University Malaysia, Mrs. Suzana Cik Saruji, partner from SA Accountants, Mrs. Azrita Aida Muhammad, manager from Indah Water Consortium Sendirian Berhad. Let's give them a big round of applause for their time and dedication. Thank you, Dr. Azwanis, and thank you once again to our judges for their kind presence and contribution today. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we officially conclude the final round of UPTM National SDG Challenge 2025. On behalf of University Polytechnic Malaysia, we would like to thank all participating school, students, teachers and judges for making today a truly memorable and meaningful event. May today's competition not just be about winning, but about learning, collaborating and creating impact for a better tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of our morning session. The official result for the UPTM National SDG Competition 2025 will be announced later this evening during the premier lecture by Yang Amat Berbahagia Tan Sri Abdul Wahid Omar. Before we break, a gentle reminder to all participants, please ensure that you fill in the yellow feedback form provided and submit it to the registration counter before leaving the hall. For now, we will take a short break for lunch and Zoho. All UNSC finalists are kindly requested to follow your respective mentors. We wish you all a safe journey back to school. Once again, thank you everyone and congratulations to all our finalists for reaching this stage. Have a blessed afternoon. Enjoy your meal and see you all later during the premier lecture. Bye.